check. Man, oh man, it has been so long that I actually look older. Not too bad. I'll take it. Anyways, looks like everything still works. I don't know if I do, but regardless, we'll make progress, move on to new things. Any hoozles. Figure I would show you what I've done. So basically, I had this new shoot for the whoops. Wrong computer. I have a keyboard for all three of my machines now, so I get lost easily. There we go. All right. So, of course, nothing works now. There we go. There's that. Wacom tablet connected, and we're winning. So, we won't have the same problems we had before because now I'm actually working on my Mac and then zooming that through my PC and so on and so forth. Yes, I have tried all of the new Photoshop tricks, the beta stuff. It's hit and miss. It's hit and miss. I feel like at the end of the day, I still end up liking what I have to do manually. It's kind of like, you split the difference. You're going to spend the time doing the work yourself or fixing something the computer did. So, you win, you lose, play the game. As long as you keep being profitable, that's all that matters, right? Anyways, here we are. Here's this image. We have all this stuff off. So this is a static photo that was taken for, there we go, for Braille advertising for the Toyota Corolla Cross. Yeah, we shot an open shade. I believe the setup was a mock-up pop-up shop where people were basically kind of like finding a place to set up and do sell shoes of some sort. So it's kind of like I don't even know how you would explain it. Well, I'm trying to get to the. I can't Behance just be normal. Or maybe it's just been so long that I don't know what I'm doing. You go to the live page on Adobe. There we go. Making sure stuff is working. So, right, shooting a car, you need to look product correct. So for that reason, we have the Oops. Right thing here. We've brought in the image of the vehicle from the website. To kind of color match. Client wanted initially the car in motion. So it's a matter of cleaning up the background stuff. Got some sheet metal cleaning, get rid of the highlights on the windows, that type of stuff. And then kind of get rid of the little bit of overlap onto the car because I need to get rid of the street, the shadow, and any little bleed I might get from the car when I go to motionize the shot. So I've done that, cleaned up this area here, and then basically go in and motionize the background, right? Darken the street. And I start to work in some cleaning of the sidewalk there, spinning of the wheels. Although I feel like I want to go back and spin these a little more. Then we have the wheels in the back. Brightness for those. Shadow for the vehicle, because you don't want the car to look floaty. And we have all the adjustments made to the vehicle to just kind of get it to sing. Now it matches, it's product correct. It matches the website. Kind of lifted some of those shadows on there because we're in dappled light. I have some adjustments in here. It's just super subtle. I think I knocked this down. Anyways, a little bit more kind of crunching up everything. It's a little too hot. And then some dodging and burning on the vehicle to kind of bring out some spots that are important. Vehicle name, Toyota badge, and then just loosening up some of that dappled light that was on there. Another thing I do is I throw on my own grain at the end here. Because I do airbrushing and I don't want it to look like there's airbrushing around here. I don't want to lose sight of. And by adding the grain, I then get the best of both worlds. This is a little funkalicious. So let's clean that up. That's this one. We'll turn these things off here. We get crazy. All right. Yep, this one here. I make all my own brushes. So for this type of stuff, I'm doing 90% hardness, not really 100%. Bring all that back. I'm gonna brush this back in. Again, like this is gonna be, the other thing to keep in mind is like this is gonna be on a website. So, or on Instagram. I mean, the biggest somebody's gonna see this is like, what, 1920 by 1280, I believe. So they're not going to pick up on this detail stuff, but it matters to me. If I got to send this to a client who wants to see a high res, I want it to look good. You're probably wondering like, oh, why didn't I clean up this A pillar here? I like to be a little selective with that type of stuff because I don't want it to be too disconnected from reality here. Merge that, put that on here. I'll click this, just Command H, brush this back in. This one, and Shift I, H. Here, Shift I, X, and H. There we go. And D. All right, so that's cleaned up. Bring this back in. And I kind of want to see. I don't see any difference there. See a little bit of difference there. So I'm going to go Command Shift D, which loads my oops. Should have loaded my previous selection. It did. I hit Command H. Let's see here. Right. Shift I. I'm bringing that car color back in that I painted in there. A little bit of that. Right. Oh, I see a little overlap here. It's the messy Photoshop selection tool. When you do the select subject, I use the marquee tool and then basically set it to cloud using cloud settings. That helps me get rid of any extra unwanted junk. Let's see, is there another bar in here? There is. Completely lost. Just kind of clean up the edges of this. Clean this up. Okay. Looks like I've got a little bit of this bleed from the turn off my adjustments here. Stamp directly on top. Should be on current and below up here. Kind of remove some of that extraness. The crap that was hanging over. Checking that mask there. Bring some of that back. And there we go. I don't want to get too crazy with that because I did some fixing of that earlier, so I just want to go back and double check that now that I have those adjustment layers back on. Yeah, see it's spilling over. I want to add more motion to these wheels here. I feel like they could use just a little bit more love. So let's see here. We got this one. It would help if I had labeled them. Front and rear motion. Cool. So basically, I'm going to see what I've done. All right. Thanks for the encrypted comments there, buddy. Oh, you know what? There we go. I don't have to be cut off. All right. There we go. Problem solved. Okay. So let's see here. So we'll go. I like duplicate this stuff, and I'll gray out my previous layers, my originals, so I know they were originals. Unlike these parts because I don't want them to get blurred, and I'll go filter, blur gallery, spin blur. And I like to turn the preview off immediately because it just slows everything down. All right, now I can work, get it set up. Before, I had done 8 on this in terms of the amount of blur. I think if I do 8 again, it should kind of hit the spot. I want to be right in the middle because I want that indexed badging to stay. So I'm going to go change this to 8, see what I get. About 10. Not 810, thanks. The thing is, it's a fine line because you want to keep the detail of the rim, but yet still have the car look like it's actually moving. So that to me looks more real. And there's a little bit, so keep some of the definition. So I'm kind of looking like, all right, it's got to kind of match the width of the blurs here in the image. We're looking at what, like that thick? Probably a little bit more of that. So I'll go with 10, click OK. Now let's do the same thing with the previous one. Filter, blur gallery, spin blur, turn off preview. Oh, spam is your worst enemy. Anyways. There we go. Preview's off. Bring this back in here. We did 10. Assume that's going to work. Boom. I like it. So I'm going to save that. Move on to my next shot. All right. So this, I believe, is the next image I'm working on here. So we have a little bit of challenge. So we got to bring this color in then. Match this car color. Got to open up these shadows. So I'm going to kind of mark this up so I know what I'm doing here. All right. Turn that off. Car color reference, turn it off. Let's see if this is a sun soft lights. This is my dodge and burn layer that I started playing with. The ground it looks like. My notes. Turn the widgets back on. All right. How's everybody doing today? Any questions? Any other car photographers out there? Any tips and tricks? No, nothing. Just another day, another dollar. Is there anything anybody wants to know or learn or questions? I love my gum here. All right. So for this one, I get rid of this guy, this, this, this. What else is kind of the umbrella? Open these people up. Clean this up here. I want to nix this whole section and this. Get rid of this. Probably darken this patch here. What else? We're going to open this up. Open this part up. Match color. Anything else here? I got this weird pole. Ag people, they're fine. Just need to open up. I kill this, this, and this, and this. This, and maybe this one here. All right. So, with my notes in there, and I'll go ahead and blue that out so I know that's notes. I'm going to turn on some of the stuff I started working on earlier. Basically, what I started doing was bringing in this other image. So I have this part here, and I started cloning it out. I realized it's gonna get messy and start looking all clone-esque. I started doing some little minor cleanup, and then I thought, it'd probably be better to find another image that I shot where the car isn't fully pulled in yet, where I'm further back, and then I can then use this asphalt to then color correct to match what's there. I made a mask around it, so that's there. I'll get rid of this highlight and the rest of the car that's underneath there, unless I'm not going to see it. Let's see. I'll see it. So I'll readjust the shadow, clean all this stuff up, and then work my way into here. Really, it's pretty straightforward. All right. When I shoot this stuff, I've been getting hired to do a lot of stills on motion jobs where basically I'm coming in, they have a director and a script, and they're basically getting ready to do an entire production for commercial, and then I get to come in and kind of pick up in between shots. I'll get a shot list, and I have an opportunity to kind of shoot. Go 100% on this. I'm basically doing this as like a levels thing here. Brushing it 100%. Try and get these two sections to match, and then slowly fade off once I've reached the tire. So I get hired, I bring my own gear. I don't normally bring an assistant just because there's not enough room. There's usually dealing with, a good 100, yeah, I'd probably see 60 to 100 people on set shooting. So it's it's a bit of a challenge to be able to get in there. I'll come in on the tech scout day and meet the first AD and the producer and get to know them and find out, where they're shooting the shots, what everybody's plan is, and then kind of get an idea of how I can squeeze in there and figure out like how the director works. Most of the time, I only really get like 30 to 120 seconds to get these shots. They're not giving me tons of time. So I really got to go in and be quick, be fast, and only ask for forgiveness if I've messed up or gotten in the shot on the last day. Because I need their help. And I'll continue to get hired as long as I continue to keep doing these jobs quickly and efficiently and effectively. It's actually, I think, I'm doing another dodge and burn layer here. Just kind of get this stuff. Oh, burn this. You know, every director has a different way of working. 90% of the time, they're not happy about having somebody. It's just stills and motion just don't mix. Motion is trying to get the shots that the client wants. They have a ton of stuff to do, a lot of things to accomplish. They're usually shooting 2 to 3 spots in a single day, and they just don't want some having to stop, for me to be able to let me do my job. So really kind of the second they yell cut, I know they're either going to say reset or let's hear what the client has to say, because the client has to approve what they're doing. So that's an entire process. And usually when they're doing that, so when I'll slide in, get my job done. And then nobody really needs I don't have to ask for permission. I don't get in trouble. Actually, I'm going to duplicate this. Stuff like that. And when they're like, client approves, still, so you can go ahead, I'll look at them and be like, I already got it. You're good to go. And then it just makes their day. And then client's happy. Another thing I like to do is get in there early on the shoot days, meet with car prep, get an idea of what they're doing, meet them, make friends, make nice, get on their good side. Because they're the ones that are gonna help me with getting headlights on if the client wants headlights on, things like that. So half the time, if the talent's not in the car, if they haven't hired a stunt driver, it's usually car prep that's sitting in there. And I'll have them, roll up the windows or move the car to another spot to be able to get me what I need. It's a challenge. And you have 30, 40 seconds to get a good shot before they need to move on to the next thing. My shot lists are usually pretty extensive in terms of, we want, 3/4 front, 7/8 front, straight front, rear of the vehicle. And sometimes I have only 1 to 4 days to get it. And that's usually of each vehicle that they're shooting. Because now with electric, with EV, you have, they've got their gas version, their hybrid version, their electric version, and they need images for all that stuff to be able to market. So with an agency, an advertising agency, you have three kind of, how would you say, maybe 2. There's 2. No, there's 3. Basically, there's the main advertising agency. You have the client, which hires the advertising agency to create content. And they have to go in. It's looking pretty good there. I just need to get rid of this stuff underneath the car. I stamp that out. Let's see how much of this I'm seeing. Let's see more. Actually, is there clean concrete underneath the car? Or asphalt? When does that manhole cover come in there? Right there. Maybe we'll try and get away with that. I have to get rid of some of this stuff. I really kind of want to blend it in as much as possible. All right, now I'll come in here. I should be on current and below for my stamp. Current below. Perfect. First thing I am going to try is I'm going to turn this off. And I'm going to do patch tool. See if it'll help me out with getting rid of this in a way that's pretty simple. Ooh. Somebody might be my friend right now. Add to this. I'll take it. Let's see if that works. A little shadowing going on there, but turn that mask back on. It's weird. I'm not sure where that happened. I'm gonna undo what I just did with the patch tool. Figure out. I was on this layer. Interesting. So I can do. This is the first time. Content aware. Sample all layers. I didn't know that. So I'm gonna do. Screw it. Because I have adjustment layers on here that are clipped. I'm just gonna duplicate it. And this is my second original. Pre-patch. Pre-patch layer. Turn this back on. I'm going to go to sample current layer. Hide that again. And get rid of this. I try this whole thing and what happens. I see. Previous patch is still up there. Trying to add this to the name. There we go. There we go. All right. Still want this off. We'll turn that off. Label it gray. Come in here. I've done the whole thing. Let's see if I can get it all in one shot. Nope. Because I'm probably shooting at like 5.6 or something, so that it goes soft right there. I have to keep that in mind when I do this. I want it to look real, nice and clean. Turn this mask on. Better. Now I start working on the shadow. The shadow I'll just do by hand. So let's see. This is the car masked out. And the way I do that is just come clean. So I like to use the spot healing brush. Or not the spot healing brush. The quick selection tool. I like to go to cloud because it's way more detailed, and then I'll do select subject. And it gives me this really nice edging on here around the vehicle. It's better than it would be if I had just done Command D and then go to just device. And you have to select cloud every time. If I'm just doing my computer, it gives me this really loose, crappy cut. So it saves me a massive amount of time. So if I go to, I've never actually tried this. If I go to cloud, enhance edge, select subject, let's see what it does. Is this even better? No, not really. Let's try that again. Turn the enhance edge off. Cloud, select subject. Yeah, I don't see any difference. So that's how I do those, just to get them started, and then I'll go back through and clean them up. Really? It's gonna get dumpy on me right now. I also day trade, so it's like 12 o'clock hit. Everything just liquefied itself. We buy in this dip. Let's see. turn this stuff back on. For color reference. I'm actually going to step away for a little break. And we're back. Hey, Rob, if you're still here, it has been too long. I can't type in the chat box. Try. Different. There we go. Now I can respond. That's right. We were making automotive food stuff. Yeah, it's just been so long. It's been a while. Um, yeah, it's been crazy. Um, let's see. The workload has been weird. This year's been shoots are down. Shoots are down. Yeah, shot a lot towards the end of last year. A lot of new clients. This year has been motion graphics with AI generated illustrations, AI scripts, and AI voiceover conversion. It's been interesting in that respect. That there have been that many uh, new projects. I was presented with an opportunity to yeah, I have been doing AI work. It's internal Toyota, so it's a little different than normal Toyota work. Um, so that part has been interesting. Um, but yeah, it's been pretty cool. I can't complain. I mean, I'm also I'm surprised I'm not marketing this. I'm also teaching at I'm also a professor at a college, Art Center College of Design, where I'm teaching a how would you call it? I'm teaching the class we're doing is called the advertising photography. Oh, no wonder this isn't working. I'm on the wrong computer here. The advertising photographer, and basically, it's teaching people how to do how to create concepts, uh, uh, to build out ads. This percentage right here. You might as well just read the course description, right? I mean, at this point, let's see here. If I can find it. Instagram. Let's go to Art Center College of Design here. Get this up. Uh, there's a reel. Let's see if they have the reel here. Yeah, here it is. Do a little marketing for you here. This is the should be able to hear the audio, right? Let's see. I co-taught it with another instructor. Let's see here. I'm going to have to do. How am I going to do this? Go back. Yeah. So basically, we're teaching people how to create ads, or shoot ads for their own portfolio, but also create it specifically for a client, and then be able to pitch that. So it's I'm gonna get that audio fixed here because I got to go to my Zoom settings. Zoom or your computer sound. Is there sound now? I feel like I've just made a mess. Oh, I know what the problem is. This should solve this now. Working? No desktop audio. Damn it.
We're going to go over lighting, we're going to go over talent, makeup, styling,
There we
the
go.
whole process.
This class is going to be a real opportunity to put theory into practice.
We're going to go over compositing the images,
This class is going to be a real
select,
opportunity
and how to
to
get
put
that
theory
perfect
into
final
practice.
color grade.
You'll be working with two guys.
This
This class is going to be a real opportunity
and how to
to
get
put
that
theory
perfect
into
final color
practice.
grade.
You'll be working with two guys. This class is going to be a real opportunity
and how to
to
get
put
that
theory
perfect
into
final color
practice.
grade.
You'll be working with two guys. This class is going to be a real opportunity
and how to
to
get
put
that
theory
perfect
into
final
practice.
color grade.
You'll be working with two guys. This class is going to be a real opportunity
and how to
to
get
put
that
theory
perfect
into
final
practice.
color grade.
You'll be working with two guys. This class is going to be a real opportunity
and how to
to
get
put
that
theory
perfect
into
final
practice.
color grade.
You'll be working with two guys. This class is going to be a real opportunity
and how to
to
get
put
that
theory
perfect
into
final
practice.
color grade.
You'll be working with two guys. This class is going to be a real opportunity
and how to
to
get
put
that
theory
perfect
into
final
practice.
color grade.
You'll be working with two guys. This class is going to be a real opportunity
and how to get that
theory
perfect
into
final
practice.
color grade.
You'll be working with two guys. 15 years, I've been working with some of the best agencies, photographers, and creatives in the world.
So you
15
get a
years,
shoot.
I've been
What
working
do you
with some
do?
of the best. I'll be there to challenge and to push, and to share how agencies tend to work in reality.
I'm
I'll
going
be
to
there to
teach you a
challenge and to
formula from
push,
A to
and to
Z.
share how
How to put together a
agencies
photo
tend
shoot,
to
assemble a
work in
pre-production
reality.
deck,
I'll
put
be there
together a
to
team of
challenge
people
and
to
push,
be able
and to
to
share how
execute together a
agencies
single
tend to
idea and
work in
aspect of that shoot.
If you're as dissatisfied with what you've seen in advertising as I am, let's work together to change that. If you're as dissatisfied with what you've seen in advertising as I am, let's work together to change that. If you're as dissatisfied with what you've seen in advertising as I am,
I figured out the issue. This should probably work now.
This is the advertising photographer.
the last 15 years I've been working with some of the best agencies, photographers, and creatives in the world.
So you get a shoot. What do you do?
I'll be there to challenge and to push, and to share how agencies tend to work in reality.
I'm going to teach you a formula from A to Z. How to put together a photo treatment, assemble a pre-production deck, put together a team of people to be able to execute every single. And this is the advertising photographer.
The last 15 years I've been working with some of the best agencies, photographers, and creatives in the world.
So you get a shoot. What do you do?
I'll be there to challenge and to push, and to share how agencies tend to work in reality.
I'm going to teach you a formula from A to Z. How to put together a photo treatment, assemble a pre-production deck, put together a team of people to be able to execute every single idea and aspect of that shoot.
If you're as dissatisfied with what you've seen in advertising as I am, let's work together to change
The
that.
class is going to do a photo shoot demo. We're going to go over lighting, we're going to go over talent, makeup, styling, the whole process.
This class is going to be a real opportunity to put theory into practice.
We're going to go over compositing the images, making selects, and how to get that perfect final color grade.
You'll be working with two guys who are working collaboratively to push advertising into directions it hasn't gone yet, but perhaps should go.
These are the tools I wish I was armed with before I had left Art Center. Sean Rice.
And there you have it. That was the full effect of that particular that attempt at showing that video. So yeah, we had our first run at it. It was pretty cool. You know, I would say it was a bit split in terms of the what was brought to the table. Overall, super excited about what we were able to accomplish, and just what people were able to learn. It's tough what we do, and I brought in. We got the executive creative director of Motortrend, the executive creative director of Saatchi and Saatchi, the former client of Toyota North America for EMAC, which is all truck vehicle marketing, and then the head of branding for Day One Agency. And really, everybody just kind of like gave their their 2 cents on what they do when they look for people and hire. And there was a certain point at which some students were kind of slacking a bit. So I just I brought on somebody I was working with, or had been working with for like the last 15 years or so. And, the question came down to, how long have we been working together? 15 plus years. How many times have I fucked up? Because students are basically kind of showing up to class with nothing and being like, well, I thought blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, your reputation starts now. Like, people are going to know, I got 23,000 people following me on Instagram. They all know that I'm teaching at Art Center. They know that I'm teaching this class. And when you go to meet with them, they're going to ask me, should I hire this person? And if you've been a piece of S, in class, I'm going to tell them because that's my reputation on the line. So I'm like, everything you're doing to get work starts, I don't want to do these wheels on a separate thing, starts right now, and a lot of them didn't get that. And I was like, and the cool thing is like, the few that did have gone on to do, assist me on jobs. I had one guy who does amazing Hispanic or portraits of like Mexican cowboys. Really, just really strong stuff. He's on scholarship. I got to go shoot a job for a Hispanic agency and brought him on as an intern. And it was, normally photographers don't bring you down to meet their clients, but I talked him up, got him to show them his work, and what he was able to do. There was an advertising student who actually took the class, which I thought was pretty dope. Which is, the whole plan was to basically pair up somebody who was in advertising and then pair up somebody who was in photography and be able to get them to collaborate on a campaign together. That unfortunately didn't really come to fruition. Why am I always cropped off at the head? Always. I'm on a PC and a Mac, so I'm a bit in scuffle. Control Z. Oh. Control Z. PC. In this window. There we go. Bring me up. Scale me down. Be a little better. Get my ego out of the way. Your son just graduated his media production program. I'm always taking interns. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's a big part. Of oops. I think being on set is a huge advantage. It's interesting because, like, the first thing I said, when I had the art director, the person on the creative direction track, who was majoring in creative direction, she was there actually on this job, and I said, the first thing, I think she was late. She was running late, by who knows how, and she didn't tell me. And I said, the second it hit 6:30 and she wasn't there, I said, first of all, you're late. I said, second of all, this is the last time this happens. So when you get here, we're going to have a conversation. I said, everything that you do reflects who I am and how I work. Now that I've asked permission to have an intern and you're not here, it looks like I don't have my shit together. Oh, you're going to have an intern? Where's your intern? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, it makes me look bad. So, I said, everybody's here doing a job and you don't offer up advice on how to do a job or what your thought is unless you're asked. I said, people hate that. There's literally, 50, 100 people on set. Everybody's working their butt off to make whomever happy. And, and so the funny thing is, like, we're literally in the middle of that conversation. So the first thing I like to do when I get to set is go up to the car while it's in position and snap off some detail shots of the vehicle just to kind of get the client excited. I don't want to I like to get a good taste in their mouth when I'm there. I don't want things to start off awkward or uncomfortable or think that expectations aren't going to be met. So to me, this looks pretty good in terms of so if I go back to the original, it's a little airy underneath. That's fine. Well, is it? Not really. Shadows maybe a little harder. We can harden that edge up. There's a literally, so we're literally in the middle of doing that, and then they're setting up the scene, and the first idea is like trying to get everybody in place. The art department comes over and is like, "Hey, we really thought that should go there." And the first AD looks at the guy and he's like, "I was thinking less words, but that's okay." And she literally looks at me like, "Holy shit, you literally meant like, do your job and don't recommend information unless you're asked." There's a lot of people, especially grip and lighting, that are coming into the industry. They don't have a ton of experience, and there's a lot of people that aren't. And it's kind of not that it's a dying art, or it's just, but there's just a bit of the rock star aspect of being a director has kind of gone out the window a little bit. And nobody really wants to do the grunt work, like grip and electric, right, on set. And it's unfortunate because these guys have been doing it for a long time. They're all union, Teamster union. They've started their own companies. They're coming in there. They're doing their own productions, and they're making a boatload off of renting their truck for the day, plus union. So that's an 8-hour day or 10-hour day. 8-hour day plus 10 hours. So you get time and a half, up to 12. That's double time. And then, I mean, you could make up to $5,000 to $8,000 a day just lighting a scene. And half the time with this stuff, not half the time, some of the time, you're on one location all day. You set up the lights, and you're just sitting there all day long until they change the setup or whatever. So it's a lot of hurry up and wait, unfortunately. So but it's just how this stuff kind of is. It's a lot of what I do is kind of getting in position to be ready to take the photos, and then once you're in there, you just kind of moving on. Let's see if I can get this sold here. Sorry, give it to me. There we go. We got it. It's there's a lot of jobs on set. Last job I was on, there was a first time director, which was kind of cool. The guy usually does TV shows. Can't actually name the director because don't want to get in trouble. Dude was super awesome to work with. Directors are usually 50-50 split, right? Like I get people that sometimes are amazing. By the way, I'm using this what do they call this tool? Object selection tool. So I'm going to try and just get this particular the color of the car here. This particular tool. See if I can get it. Give me the bumper. Do here first. All right, so we got that. Add this. Add this. These are really just kind of starting points for me to kind of get somewhere rather than having to do it all myself. All right, we got that. I'm going to add this in here. But the director was super cool. But there's a challenge in that, they kind of went for star power, and there was a struggle with, him used to doing things a certain way with TV, and advertising is very, very, very demanding. Let's see where this has ended up yet. In terms of, you do something, especially with car stuff, like the people need to be, I won't even say this. We were dealing with 3 car seats and 5 kids in a car at one point. And the challenge with that is that legal, if someone's seatbelt isn't on or doesn't appear to be on, legal can kill the entire commercial. And if you're doing 5 spots that day, the seatbelts are wrong on all of them, you're screwed. I mean, you can do post, but then you're spending more money, on fixing that stuff. So it's like, do you spend the time, getting it right on location, doing a bunch of takes, and then getting the client to approve? And of course, legal isn't there. You have somebody that might be part of product. Like product integrity from the agency and from the client side, being like Toyota or whatever. But there's a lot of stuff that goes on that's kind of out of your control. And it's really just kind of like you do a couple of takes and then you're like, is that it? You really just have to be on your game and aware of all this stuff. And half the time you're set up, you're ready to go, the kids are going, and then someone's got to go to the bathroom. Or, the seatbelt specialist noticed that somebody's seatbelt is on, but their hair is covering the seatbelt so you can't see it. It's just a crazy. I mean, you gotta have a lot of patience. You gotta be really good with people. And you gotta understand that you might have 8 shots set up in a day, but the client might put you through the ringer in getting those shots. I'm trying to see here. What is that color? Because they're going to want things to be perfect, and then also they want options in case legal does kill something. It's a challenge. You're preparing for the unknown and the known as well. Plus, these cars, they're prototypes. They're not off the manufacturing plant line. They're vehicles that have been Frankenstein together with modified parts on older vehicles to be able to start creating content with. That's why these cars, these prototype vehicles, once they're made and they're done being used for commercials, they get scrapped. They just get totaled because there's a liability about selling them. And if someone gets in an accident with a prototype vehicle, then, the company can be sued. So it really is interesting. And then you have, I've been on many shoots where you kind of start to see the cars that are good and the cars that are bad by the ones that constantly breaking down on set. Even if they are prototypes. This stuff should work in general, but it's really interesting when you kind of spend all day. Well, you know what? I'm not going to be unfair. All shoots and all car companies have their problems when it comes to issues with the vehicles on set. It's not like one's better than the other. My experience is probably different than somebody else's. All right, so we've got, I can't tell if this car color is on the A-pillar or not. That's a no. So I'll actually get rid of that reflection. So I'm going to make this. So another thing I do like to do here is I'll go solid color, make it black, just so I have that mask saved, and I'll go carb color. Now I'm going to go back to my notes here. There we go. Remind myself to kill these reflections. Clean that up. All right, so I'm going to grab this other one that I just did. Save that. Grab the car color that I did here. Should be this, right? This is the background, the car color. Yeah. I'll take this and I'm going to drag it into here. Make sure I'm bringing it into the right spot. Hold down Shift Drag and 0F. Clearly, I did a lot of retouching on this other car, so we'll delete that stuff that's not color related. Stuff here. Delete. And I'll get some other extra stuff in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this layer mask from the previous one. I'm going to click on the one I just made and we'll mask that out. It's already starting to look a little delicious. I'll get rid of these things here. This is probably for the wheels, I'm assuming. You know, it actually looks good on the car. So I'm going to leave it for now. I'm just going to start hitting / to just kind of see what some of these masks look like. That's fine. What is this one from? This is for the top of the vehicle. So I'm going to kill this one and turn it off for now. This is from the vehicle color, so I'm going to shift click these since I don't need those. Oh, I see. I need to block out the badge and the mirrors. I'm going to try and do that with this tool here. And since this isn't for a job, I'm not going as fast as I can to do this. Normally I'm fine. But today is a day off, right? Today we just chill. I take my time with it. I'm gonna rush through anything. I have people yelling at me, at least I don't think. I should probably check email here. We're good. It's one of those things where, like, that's the other challenging thing about this industry is, like, 1 second you're busy. Literally, from October 31st till yesterday, I was booked solid every single day without a single break, which is good. I love that. So another thing is the vehicle badge is like the Ark of the Covenant for a car company. They want that thing to look spectacular. They want that thing to read Toyota. It's just, I don't know how to explain it. First thing, I always think of football analogies because everybody loves football, or at least understands it to a certain point. Like, it'd be like, you know, you would never see a team photo with the players in dirty jerseys. You just wouldn't do it. You'd make sure you could see, like, the team logo. Like, you know, they have it everywhere. The side of the helmet, the shoulders, all that stuff. They want it to look good. Just one of those things. This under section here, I'm going to want to black out. You don't want to see, it's like, examples I can think of are horrible. You still want to see the insides. And I know there's like a big debate with, like, oh, is that product correct? You know, are you lying to the consumer? No, not at all. I'm actually going to do that right now. I'm going to get a brightness and contrast on here and just bring it down. You know, I blocked that out actually, so I can't do it. So delete it. Car color. Here's the car color here. It's looking pretty snazzy. I don't know what this is. Something over there. I'm gonna hide this mask. Kind of like how it's lightened it up, so I'm gonna fill it with black and then brush in the parts where I want to keep it. Soft. My soft brush, I'm basically running 25 spacing, 100% softness, and no, like, 10% smoothing. I normally turn smoothing off. It just slows down the computer. This is just kind of lighten up some of these highlights in here. Makes it look. Probably clean up that hood there. Makes it look a little juicy, I guess, for lack of a better term. Kind of pop up some of these lighter edges or some of the stuff that's darker. Brighten the brights, darken the darks. Brush across like that. That looks good. What was this for? I don't know, we'll see. That's for lightening stuff up. Fill with black. Try it a little bit here. 10%. It's a little bit on the top of the hood. Maybe kind of bring this front, open this up a little bit. A little bit here. The front fascia. See what else we got here. Some coloring for something. Oh, that was for the old license plate. I don't have it here, so I'm deleting it. Also for the old license plate. So I'm going to delete it. Move this mask out of the way. I'm not using it. The solid colors. And then I have this little bit of brightness contrast going on here. Just going to kind of play with it a little bit. See the parts I can enhance. I'm going to go 60. Yeah. There we go. Now we're making it aggressive. A little edgy in there. Too much. 30. I don't like where this is going. Shadow side a little bit. And then I'm going to kind of back out to make sure I'm not going too crazy here. This going crazy thing. I do tend to like to go to the 9s and then bring it back a little bit. Go all the way to 100. So for now, I'm going to look at this badge. And I'm going to try and, I think these buildings are okay here. But I think this other stuff is kind of dirty. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start airbrushing this stuff out. But what first thing I'm going to do is create my grain layer. So I'm going to go edit, fill, 50% gray, overlay, filter, noise, add noise, 3. I always do 3. It's just the closest to the, I'm shooting with the Canon R5. For me, that works. In terms of matching it, and then I'll go to 78% on opacity, and then name it. Now I have these as action keys, which helps, but this way you get an idea of what I'm doing. So my brush, make sure I'm on this layer. I don't have any adjustments on this, so I don't have to worry about that, because if I have any adjustments and I want to change them later, it'll change what I'm doing here. I just kind of want to see what size I'm at. I'm at 1,000, which is going to be way too big. I'll bring this down here. I'm just going to start picking up some of this. At 60. Like bringing this across in here. Robbie still here? Tapered horizon line. So, how has the streaming community been? You know, I haven't been on in a while, and to me, it looks like everything's kind of a little down everywhere. Not really sure what to make of it. do this, and then I'm gonna stay true to the city line, and then I have this tree brush. Maybe this will give me a little extra. Makes sense. We go to 10% here. I get some like trees off in the distance happening. All right. Now, back to my regular brush here. %. Maybe a little softer edge. Yeah. Command G, put this in its own folder, mask, and now I'm going to start. First, I'm going to brush the logo in. You know what? I'm going to do my own thing. I'll do solid color of the logo. Pop it out there. DX, option delete. And I'm going to brush the badge in. 100%. Could I just grab? I'm not as brush hard as I want to be. Could I go and grab a logo? Just put it in there. Yes, absolutely do that. Then I'm spending the time lining it up, finding something that's sharp enough. You know, the amount of time I'm going to spend doing that to me is about the same amount of time I'd spend doing it from scratch. So this to me ultimately is the time saver. You know, I do the vector stuff, but the problem is the vector stuff is the edge is so like this edge is made up of like 2 or 3 pixels. When I go to do that, I have to end up softening the edge to make it look real. And that's a battle in itself once I've transformed the thing to match. Because the issue with that is I get lens distortion. That I also have to account for when lining this stuff up. This is kind of where I want to be. I'm going to fade this line into here. I'm not going to use the whole thing, but I just want to get it close. The other thing is there's a line underneath here to make it look like it's 3D, like a reflection of the metal from the badge in the glass. It's amazing because you don't learn this stuff. You don't really learn this stuff when you're retouching. When you have to make this stuff in CGI, you realize, oh, this is the metal piece being reflected back in, so on and so forth. Interesting. Okay, so I've got something up close to what I want here. Turn that off and then figure out how I want that to work its way into what I just made here. So I'm going to command click this, command shift I, turn it back off. And then brush this back in here. Let's see what this looks like from far away. Just command H. I'm not deselecting it completely, but now I want to start working with. I'll do deselect it. I want to start working with this. Put a mask on here. I'm gonna grade it at the bottom. I'm gonna have to do this with the colors. I'm gonna get this right. I would just be able to like change the opacity on it, but it's not really working. So what I'm gonna do is go color that's there. Layer, clip it, brush. And pick up the color that's underneath here. Like this. Here. 10. I'll just like kind of lose the whole thing in here. Let's go back and look at the original. It's lighter. We go mask, brush, do the middle. More separation in there. Better. Just kind of fix the outline of this. I think I'm going to do all on this one here. Take the opacity down just so I can see the line underneath it of the original logo. Which means, yes, I'll have to go back and redo the mask of the airbrush that I did over the top. But I'm all right with that. I just really wanted to see where I would end up. The other thing to keep in mind is, again, like I'm doing this stuff for myself. No client involved, so I don't have to be super duper picky. This stuff's just going to be online. I'm painting on this. It's not 100%, that's why I'm not seeing all the way through. %. What I want. Speak of the devil. Second year free. Apparently, one of my projects. Let's see here. I was trying to pitch to Kia. Might get picked up. Fingers crossed. Sweet. Hopefully you get the job. You never know. I kind of like jinxing myself. Or reverse jinxing, I guess it might be. You're kind of saying you don't want something to happen. You joke about all the free time you have, and then next thing you know, you're up to your ears and so much stuff to do. Kind of brush this. Oops. This back in here. Around this part. Kind of want to get in. See what this thing looks like now. I'm going to click on this again. Redo this mask. And reveal some more of this stuff in here. You know, let's use this one. That's kind of the opposite. It's working. All right. What? Selected. I just didn't. Oh. That's where I screwed myself. I'll have to undo that ditty. Select inverse. Go to here. Right? Make sure I'm doing this right. Yeah. I want the stuff to shine behind. There we go. All right. Mask looking good. Turn that off. Further away. I made it worse. Move it here. To clean up that edge. So like a new Command D, Command G, mask, brush DX0. That's what's going to be. I want to get a little lighter in here. Think that'll help. Oh no, it wants to go darker. Damn it. Trying to help this out here. This thing to read better. Little horizon. That thing reads. Just to get a little glowy on that particular edge there. I'll brush it back. There. That's the juicy logo. So I think the next part. See, start to second guess yourself. Which is always part of the process. It's getting there, but I think that's it. 20%, really bright. Problems we have this other building here. So I'm going to get rid of that. Take this part. Got rid of that. Got rid of this building. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this sky here and just taper it into that stuff. 30. Yeah. This way we get some shape out of there. Cool. Group this stuff. mask, DX, option delete, and then I'll just brush in what I want to keep with the harder brush. Slightly softer. We'll do 70. I'm keeping the little rim edge in there because technically this could be the reflection of the hood that does come over. So I think that's okay to cheat that a little bit. I don't think this part would show it as much. I'm alright getting away with that, and I'll just kind of clean this up here. Bring this back in. You know, I'm seeing the color that's over here, and I kind of like it. So I'm going to come back in here, create a new layer, and just brush this back in. Brush this darker. There we go. Better. I'm going to do this. We got it at 70. Gotta get this Holy Grail looking good. There. What can I do to make it better? Look at the original. I think it needs to go darker and the Toyota needs to go lighter. Take some of this off here. I mean, it kind of did the trick. Is this the top part of the badge? I think I want to get a little bit of lighter stuff in there. Pick up this. Back to my brushes here. 200. Looks great. 10%, 20%. Look a little better. I darken these edges in here. Pick up some of this. Ooh, I think that's it. There we go. Now I'm starting to get excited. The badge reads, it's dark. Damn! And I think it looks probably correct. I just got excited about myself. I'm sorry, guys. All right. We like that. Next up. In the sheet metal, open the grill. Let's open the grill. So I'm going to come here. I always save after anything in major. Hold on. Text here. Okay. So let's go to the grill. I'm going to try my little selection tool here. This one. It'll give me just the grill. You know, I'll take it. So, save this mask. I do another solid color. The cool thing is I can go save it, click on it, and then I can subtract the car mask that I made from it. Oh, right there. Subtract from selection. Cool. Grill. Perfect. When I click that, and start labeling some of this stuff here before I Find myself in a mess. This is car color. Let's just make a new folder here. Put the mask on that. Call it grill. Hey, take care, buddy. Great seeing you. Hmm. All right. Grill, what's this? Badge. 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 What's badge clean? Badge clean. We got car color. Grill. All right. Grill. Let's start with basic curves. See what that gives us. Open it up because what I want to do is bring out the highlights. But we don't want. I learned this from when I worked with Shaq. Always let black be black. You don't want to bring out too much, but there are things that I do want to do with this. I'm going to group this into its own layer here. I kind of want to get rid of the worst part of this whole thing is the all this crap in here. My brush, just start knocking down the radiator, I guess that's called. And I'll command click this mask and then bring it down even more. It's the least attractive part of the car. Everybody knows it's there. I'm going to retouch that part out. Go to my car back on here. Right and below, that's what we want. It's not working. It's for the outside of the car. So I'm going to Command J this, make this one gray so I know it's my original. Turn it off. Just work this one and call it car background. Car and background. So, all right. I'll do this on its own layer. Stamp. Rid of this little extra stuff there. Anything else you want to get rid of? See this? Now it's running into. I think that's probably because of the mask I have here for the car color. This bleed and color change. At the end, when I do color grading, I like to then keep in mind the scene color mixed with the background color and find the appropriate balance. So this goes onto the wheels. We need to see the wheels. Not really. I'll just come in here. Make a new mask, gradient, linear. Too much. There. I feel like I either want to open this up or darken this down. Let's see what it looks like if I darken it down. So I'm going to go curves. TX, option delete, brush. brush, soft edge, vertical. It evens it out. Might be too much. About what it needs. We got that. I think I want to clean up these little things here on the hood. So we'll take the car adjustments off. The badge clean, car color. We'll save all this stuff. Car color reference. Right, that's fine. Background. Okay, so I'm going to go to the car. Now I'm knowing that, I'm just knowing that everything I do above this car layer, I will see. So I'm just going to do good old fashioned airbrushing. So I'm going to come here to my soft brush, grab this. I get rid of that, and I'm just going to paint this back in the mask where I want it, because now at least I have it blended in. You know what? I'll make it so I can see it, and then I'll change the opacity and just brush on the mask this way. Keep some of the roof. I only want a thin line to be able to acknowledge that that's where the roof is. I don't want too much other stuff. It'll look like gross. And really all you're noticing is just the imperfections in the sheet metal. Now I've kind of got that started. Come back here and clean this back up. There's a fine line between stuff that you're going to notice and stuff that nobody's going to notice. It's really hard finding that line. All right, so I know there's buildings reflecting in there, but it's affecting the shape of the actual vehicle, which the client doesn't technically like. So we're going to find a happy medium in terms of, I think, taking this area, which would technically be a shadow, and melding it into, making that the edge of the building without getting rid of all this busyness. Because that to me looks like the best part. We'll just airbrush that in there. Just kind of like sampling. I'll go back and brush this stuff out. But I'm really just kind of covering up the building. Now I notice it gets darker here because you've got this like S shape. I want to keep that. I don't really want to lose that. I'll lower the opacity as we come in here, and then I'll go back to this one and blend it back. The darker stuff, mimic more of the shape of the vehicle in here. Back to the lighter stuff. Now this might not work on first attempt. Sometimes it's a matter of going back. But once I do this airbrush, I can go back and change the color to be whatever I want. I just kind of get this in here, and I'll do a mask on it. Fill it with black. Go back to a harder brush. Now I've done all my airbrushing. Just brush this back in here more accurately. Like I tell a lot of the people in the classes at Art Center, half your job in retouching is to figure out what doesn't work. We'll keep some of the original stuff that was there. Because quite honestly, the client has you do that a lot of the time on set. client, the agency, they'll have an idea, they want you to execute it. You know it's not going to work. Your job is to figure out the most time-effective way to show them it doesn't work. It's just part of the deal. As I'm looking here and I'm doing this, I'm noticing I'm going to have to marry these two. This is fine because this is a mirror reflection. It looks flat. So we're going to take some of this color from beneath and blend it. So what I'll do is make a new layer, clip it, pick up this color here. Of these colors, this is dark, this is light. The lighter one's facing up, you would get the sky. So go with the lighter color. Pick up some of this. Back to my brush. 200. A little narrower because we want to show that slope take place. 20%. Just kind of tapping that in there. Now I've noticed that my original mask isn't 100%. Or I didn't get it all the way. Go back and fix that. Help me finesse the rest of this. I'm picking up some of this brighter color in here. Just gonna blend this. Make it a little narrower. Just to show that this is coming around to the front of the vehicle. That's looking a little better. That's nice. Now, just for the sake of continuity, I just want to turn this on and make sure that still looks delicious. And it does. Turn the grill on. Now the grill's telling me, oh, it's a little too hot. So I'll probably bring this down a little bit. Maybe not yet. I'm getting excited. I don't know about you. I really contain myself. It's part of the deal. Keep the questions coming. Do love those questions. The badge looks good. Car color. Clean up some more sheet metal in here. So turn the grill, this off. Go back to our car color. So I'll make this entire section here its own as well. Own layer. So pick this up. Just start, I don't know, 40%. See what that looks like. Looking good. I'm gonna get some of this hotter stuff in here. A little too hot. I'll go back. Bring it down. Nice. Now, there's a little bit of problem solving here. We're reflecting a building, but we also have this section here. So I feel like once I figure out that front fascia section, I'll be able to understand or make more sense of the rest. Now, by having chosen the lighter light because it's facing up towards the sky, there is a transition here where you're going face up this way, and this is actually facing towards you. So I want to darken that area. So I'm going to pick up some of the original color in here. Probably do 10%. Just kind of touch that in there. At least when I want to bring some of that back. Pick up some of this lighter stuff in here. Oop. Lighter stuff in here. I'm actually at 60. Getting that. I'm gonna get this darker stuff back in here. I'm noticing that I really want to show this transition. Change my brush shape. 20. I'm going to pick up some of the stuff that's up here. bring that into here. Too much. Kiss the edge of this. Round out the edge here. I'll look at the full thing again. Yeah, that's really almost two planes here, here, and here. I don't get too crazy. I'll bring this down. All right, we'll start masking that out. Brush it back in. Nice and clean. Now, I don't mind that it's not perfect. Like I know you can kind of see a little bit of translucency in there coming through. Try and keep this edge separation there. Got some separation here, so I might actually keep that reflection. Ooh, and I can tell that it's so much brighter around the corner here. I can actually come back and make that brighter. And I want to keep the highlight edge there because that helps me show the definite change in sheet metal direction. Again, I think the entire purpose of lighting a vehicle properly or making it look good is to reinforce kind of the designer's intention when they design the vehicle. Enhance the lines, feature the shapes. Really show off their creation. This is tough because I got this dark area here, this dark area here. I kind of, let's do a new one. I might want to blend these two together. That's the best part of this is you can change your mind as you go. You don't have to keep doing the same stuff over and over again. Above where I want to be. I'm going to go 90 to make sure I'm getting this color in here. My eyedropper is on a 3x3 point sample too. I don't ever do, I'll do 5 sometimes, but I don't ever do. I don't ever do more than 5 or 1. My head cut off again. It's like I keep getting shorter as I get older. I like that. What I can do is go back to this layer here, turn it off and on, make a new layer, flip it, go to my brush tool, pick up this hot area. Oof. Like that's all we needed of that. A little highlight in there, and maybe we lighten the top part of this a little bit, just kind of match. Check here. Get this one. I feel like I could probably go a little darker. New brush, new layer. Well, let's see this. Our color. I'm going to sample this, the darker stuff, and then turn the car color on, and then do this with that there. That's helpful. can actually go in here, make it darker. Ooh. Like that was so close to being a one hit wonder. Trying to match. If I go here, I know 45 from that. It's going to be the same thing. Nope. So close. I wish I had saved the other one. All right. A little smaller. Hit it one more time. There's such thing as too much. 20%. 30. Smaller. There. All right. I want to lighten the front here a little bit. We'll go turn the car off here. Go to this piece. Make it lighter. The lightest part. Come back, turn this on. Hit that a little bit. Oops. Make a new layer. 40%. Start to separate from the hood a little bit. So I'm going to go back to this hood spot I just made here, right? That one, yeah. New layer, clip it, brush, hit that, make it lighter, just at the top. There. It's looking pretty juicy to me. I could start to change these lines here, but for what? The thing I gotta keep in mind is, why am I doing this? The design. The design. And if I go too far, it ends up just looking like something that was airbrushed in a studio. Let me go back to the A-pillar that I said I was going to fix. Just take this. Oh, what? Something's over the top of that. This thing. I'm gonna brush this up like this. Turn it off. Pick up the lighter color that's here. Turn it back on. Do another layer. Clip it. Fade it down 20%. I want a nice little highlight edge on the very, very edge. Mask that and then brush it back in. This whole thing is reflection. We also have this same reflection on the rubber. So I can either match that, because it's not, the rubber material causes the diffuse of the highlight spread into the black, because it's non-reflective surface. Wow, this is really boring content. On there. That's just the way that looks. It looks muddy. That's the way it is. Interesting. All right, so we've got the highlight in there. Look at the full thing. That's nice. You can still see the A-pillar. It's not crazy. I can't see where my stuff begins, so I'm going to create another layer, flip it, brush, make it softer. Pick up this lighter color here, 30%. There we go. Even lighter, I guess. make another one, clip it again, and this I just want to just kiss the edge here. I'm actually going to do it straight. I'm going to go click, shift, click, and then I just warp it. There. Works for me. And the question is the mirror. And I got all this stuff here too. We'll turn this other stuff on. Go back to the grill, which I think now is way too much. Where's that happy medium? There's that. Okay. The left side of the car, I feel like the whole thing can kind of become brighter. So I'm going to go here, click this, go to the top of everything, create a folder, mask it, Command I, and then go to curves and lighten this up. I'm really trying to lighten up the left side of this thing. Too much. Maybe we do the shadows, but bring the highlights down a little bit. That looks good there. Now, one thing I want to start doing is to just kind of look at my background. I've got the car where I want it to be. My color reference. That got lost too. Say where I'm at. I'm going to start using guides to kind of get this thing. Wait, you know what? I already put guides in here? I guess I didn't. Got that building. This building. This mirror. Or window. This edge here. It's like, is it a matter of perspective at the end that I can fix? I mean, you got this stuff, which is completely falling over here. So I feel like just to cut that out. The car, which needs to be edge of the roof rack there. Edge of the roof rack here. Clearly, the car's not center, which is fine. What else do we have here? We have this stuff here. This building. That one's all right. The main thing to me is all this crap here. I got to figure out where I want to rotate this side to get this stuff to line up a little better since it's fallen over. The people. I think best bet is going to be retouching out. Where are my notes? Yeah, is getting rid of all this stuff, including this line. Oops. Getting rid of this line here. near this line here, all the way through, keeping the window, getting rid of the one. Tough, because then if I rotate, I might get away with the skew. I want to keep this building in the background straight, but rotate this stuff here. I feel like this could use a bigger foreground bush that I'll look for. All right, so the building it is. So we have the car, which we'll group. The background here. Just start working on this stuff. Go. I like to keep as many layers of stuff as I possibly can. As many things in layers in case I need to go back, change things, manipulate them. That looks like horrible. I don't like to merge things, or if I do, I'll keep a copy of it. There we go. This thing's doing its job. I don't think I'll be able to get this one perfectly. All right. All right. That's gone. That's gone. Oh, the pole and the stop sign. Messy. Yeah, and if you have any interest in photography, I highly recommend Art Center College of Design. I am an associate professor there. I teach a class called The Advertising Photographer, where we teach you how to create a concept, do pre-production on a shoot, and put the whole thing together yourself, and then actually present it to your dream client there. Oh, Jesus. Oh, we all get so much spam. All right. What else is there? That poll. There's two ways I would normally do stuff. One, kind of, oops, stamping my way through it. Doesn't look too repetitious or obvious. The other would be airbrushing. I prefer airbrushing. This looks so good. You can't really tell. You're just gonna pretend that pole is part of the window. I think we can do that. Get away with it. Cool. All right. What is? Oh, that's the blue from the stand. Oh, carpet. Didn't even see that carpet. You guys see that carpet? Carpet is looking at me. Should probably fix that before. How's that going to end? I also have to clean up the sidewalk. The sidewalk and the carpet. So what we'll probably do is start. Oh, this is darker. We'll see. Yeah, start with the dark stuff first. Ugh. I'm too worried about this being clean because I'm going to airbrush so much of it. But I do want to see. How this will potentially end by just putting a cap on the carpet. We go in here. Give me a slightly harder edge. Bring this out. I want more sidewalk in there. All right. Softening up the edge here. I'm going to brush in. A new layer. Dark. Here. And kind of like this little bit of an edge here. Or the opacity. Clean up the shadow too. Just extend it. See if that helps. There. Just run right into. Right now, sidewalk. At 20 and see what this looks like. E. 60. Layer. This is supposed to be dark, so we just want to kind of blend those two. Get this back here. Not too clean, just enough. What I'm going to do is come to the original layer here. I'm going to clean up. We'll do clean up here, and then I'll copy it and bring it over. It's just a little messier than I'd like. I'm just option clicking a lot here. That should be a big enough section for me to duplicate. All right. So I'm going to merge these two together. Just copy here. Delete this one. Bring it over everything. Just start to work it in there. I'm lining up this line and then this line on the bottom here. Looks like 100%. Shabby, so I'll mask that. Push that in there. Start at 60%. I'll get a little sloppy here and then I'll just bring it back in the way I want it. I've noticed. I go curves here. Flip it. And match. Why is this so smoky? I get rid of some of the stuff I added and bringing back this other. Here the curves, just kind of brush some of that back. A little lighter. Just brush out where I don't want it. Back here. 20. There we go. I'll actually go curves. Even brighter on this, just to get that very last end there. DX options, delete, brush. 30%. There we go. Probably just going to darken this area in here. I believe I have a dodge and burn in here. I don't. Edit fill. 50% gray. Soft light. Oh, shift. Let's see here. It does look a little green now that I'm closer. Color is that yellow to yellow? Name is DB for dodge and burn. Burn. Well, let's see. Darken these areas in here. Just kind of get some streaks. Sizes. It's not too perfect. There. All right. That's not now. Now look at the rotating of the shelf. You know what? If I do it from, I'll be able to do it from the curb behind this guy into this guy. We'll see. So we're gonna take our background here. Feeling like the area by the tire could get a little, well, I'm overthinking it. All right. So I'm gonna Command Option E. Get this gray. Come in here. Marquee. Just go lasso tool. And I'm going to cut out more than what I need. Trying to figure this portion out. Command C, Command V. Turn this off. Turn this one back on. Make it green because I know I'm using it. So let's see here. So I'm going to turn these things back on. Let's see if I can see if the skew will work. Yeah. Let's see here. I feel like this thing is straight. Ish. If I go any further, see now these. The lens distortion, I got everything in this one. I'm gonna line the guy's head up. All right. I feel like that's fixed enough. I feel like the building I can get away with. It's going to be that window that can probably go. Let's see. So I'm going to come back in here and see what... He's got a line through him. See what I need to do to fix this. See if this is a rabbit hole. Right. Doesn't line up. All right, that's all right. His face back. Yeah, I don't really want to elongate his face. Just stamp that away. Stamp that away. Man. That's my best bet. You don't notice it from there, and you're not going to be seeing it this close, so I'm going to take this as a win. And not worry about the rest of it. Car back. Ooh, we cheated that one. Never get cocky, though. See, I got cocky. Ooh, it's right through the shoes. Can't even tell. Blur this line a little bit. Ooh. Get away with that there. I gotta get rid of this stuff. This stuff. All right. Just need to fix this window, which I think I can just do away with. Actually, other than the new layer. See if we can patch this up. Come on. So close. All right. Make sure that the tree is fixed. Need to retouch up this part here. I'm feeling guilty about the face. I'm not gonna lie. It is currently underneath my skin at the moment. Sorry, Reverb Mike. Hunters are awesome, though. Oh, I don't know why that doesn't show up. Reverb mic. Okay. Fixing this here. Cheat this over here. All right. What else doesn't line up? Tree. This is where it's going to be a mother. 0. Oh, maybe not. Sweet. I need to see if there's a face solve here. I'm gonna duplicate this. Delete the layer mask. Just copy his face. Turn this off. Just line that up like it should be and see if that'll solve the problem. All right, he's got his face back. Feel whole again. His neck. Fix this. Boom, I'll take it. There. He's got his head back. Okay, what else? My notes. Up the curb. Put a bush in. Get all that crap done. Shadow done. Plate on the ground. Get rid of the people in the background. Opening these people up. So I'm gonna green this too, so I know. Oh, you know what? I'll take this. Group it. I'll call it background left. Give me that side of the image. Green, so everybody's in the same family there. Hey Ben Reaver, Mike, you doing good? I bet you I have an image without people in it. Quickly cruise through something here. Yeah. Will it line up? That's another question. All right. So this is image 808. I work completely off Dropbox, by the way. It saves me so much time and money because it's actually faster. I'm going to apply my previous settings. Beautiful, open. Got nothing there, so this should help. This should save me some real time. Let's fly this in here. On the background part. So we're going to put this in the full background section. Actually, name this the image that it was. 808, so I know where it came from. And then we'll put this, use the old difference trick. I don't know if you're aware of that. Go to different, Command T. Just start. Once it lines up, it turns completely black. If it lines up. Camera might be a little lower. But it's close. I mean, it's close enough for me to use parts from if I need to. It turns totally black here. It means that part's lined up, but I need everybody in here. So it's going to be bigger maybe? So close. So the main thing I'm concerned about is right here, right? I gotta get rid of these people. I want to get this area as close to lined up as possible. The stairways aren't going to be perfect. It's fine. Say that is pretty close there. Yeah, I think I'm just panned it left a little bit from there. So we'll go back to normal here. I'm going to go mask, DX option delete, brush. Just hopefully, yeah. All right, the railings don't went up. Is there a way around that? Can we cheat it? Is that rabbit hole again? I'm going to go down a little bit. If I do line this up, it's not completely lined up with him. Damn it. Blend it into the step here. Bush. This. Oh, it's the car. Damn it. Right. Which means that guy isn't replaceable yet. Right. Move this down. That's all that new piece. So what, we just need to get rid of this railing here. Give it that window. Take this back. All right. A little bit. Okay. The box. All right. I just need to continue this railing up. So I'll try and snap my way through this. I want to get the railing. That part's dark. Say it works for me. And this up here. Sold. All right, he's gone. Next guy. Mr. Looky-Loo over here. I screwed myself. See if I have any other images here. I do. $67.99. And we are ready. Apply previous. Open. It's interesting looking at this one. This tree isn't blown out. You got this fun little thing happening here. Ooh, and this stuff. We'll see. Foreground objects are always your friend. $67.99. Where's these line at the background again? Different. Yeah, I'm sure I could use the AI thing. And this is portfolio stuff. I probably should do it. It's also a rabbit hole. Although I must admit, I did do my first job utilizing AI. It was an internal project. Toyota. I can't give details. We created 32 illustrations, 28 graphics. The script was created by AI. And the voice over was, how would you say? It was my voiceover, but converted to somebody else's voice. So I actually saved a lot of money doing it that way because I didn't have to hire an illustrator. I mean, these illustrations that we were making for this infographic were probably, I don't know, $250 to $500 a piece if I were to hire somebody. I did them all with Midjourney. And the way I was able to keep them consistent was I prompted the same render engine using Octane, and I prompted the same perspective saying isometric. So everything actually lined up. It's kind of amazing. There's sometimes when it wouldn't line up, but for the most part, it was pretty good. Select the car. Oh, I know. Everyone's going to see it. See you later, dude. I've been teleported somewhere else. Get a little higher with this. You gone. Now, about the exposure that I liked better about that other one. Duplicate that, delete the layer mask, and see where I'm at. The light has shifted. I mean, it's not that much different. There's a little bit more detail in the trees. I don't know that I need to mess with it. But I still need to get rid of these signs. So, back to the real stuff. You know what? Everybody go to the bathroom. It's time to take a break. We'll be right back. Well, good news. My wife just got a new job. So I don't have to work anymore. Just kidding. She got the job, but still. still have to work. Let's be honest. This doesn't really work, right? I mean, this is kind of the best part. I know I love Post. It's my favorite. What do some of you guys do for a living? I'm so curious. So most of my business is mixed between this and shooting. I do a lot of retouching. One, because I love it. Two, because I love it. No, there's like five people that five people that shoot all the car jobs. So it's not like there's a ton of work out there. By the way, in case people don't know, beta Photoshop. I found this out. Well, I have a Discord group for people that are interested in sharing, like I call it tech share, where we share um, all of our kind of new technology that we're using to create artwork. Since I've been doing a lot of stuff with AI lately for work, but you can't actually use the beta stuff for paid gigs, beta Photoshop, because that's what it says. It's for experimentational use only. Makes sense. Beta. I haven't tried the Voices on 11 Labs. I tried when I was originally doing the script. I tried doing text to voice AI, but it turned out to be so much work um, to direct this AI to accent the words that I wanted, take breaths when I want. Like it was so much work to get it to sound human. I was like, I could just do it the way I want it to sound, and then go back. I hit soft edges. And then go back and just convert that. I did a sample with voice AI, and then I think I ended up using. I forget the one I ended up using. It's in my Discord group. I ended up using a version, converted it to one guy, but like the problem is if they don't have a ton of sampling for it, it sounds horrible. The example that it came with for voice.ai, which you can only use on PC, was Joe Biden, and it sounded good actually. There's I don't know if you guys have seen it. There's a how would you say? Um, there's a 24/7 debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden on Twitch channel, and it's just AI created. So it's just people talking back and forth. It's pretty. It's actually interacting with the people in chat. It's pretty funny. If you have a chance, I highly recommend it. I think it's something like Biden Trump debate 24/7 or something like that. AI Biden Trump debate. It's pretty amazing. It hasn't been on the news because it sounds so good. But after a while, I feel like after I don't know 3 days of listening to it, you begin to realize like, oh, this all kind of sounds the same a little bit. Some of the jokes are pretty funny. The jokes I'm kind of amazed are AI integrated or created or whatever. But it is vulgar, so be careful. Nothing like watching paint dry. I feel like that's what I stream. There's just no faster way to make this stuff look good. tomorrow I'll be on with a student, and we're actually taking a commercial that she shot, and we'll be editing it, adding sound, putting it together, all that other stuff. Tomorrow using Adobe Premiere. I always said to myself, I'm not going to learn all of the Photoshop stuff, or I'm not going to learn all the Adobe programs. I'm just going to outsource it. If I need somebody who knows After Effects, I'll hire them. So dedicated to not having to learn everything. And of course, I get this info graphics job, and sure enough, look at me learning After Effects. Got 2 more jobs doing the same thing. But it's great. I used Motion Array for all my templates. If I'm allowed to say that on here, Motion Array, which is just a huge, huge help. It's just graphics that you're going to be using over and over again. It's fantastic. I'm going to start using it for some of my mobile marketing, for social, because it just seems like it's just so easy. It just seems so easy. Because once you know what you're doing, you have to pay the $30 a month, but whatever. Subscribe to everything. I definitely like it. Anybody else here use Motion Array? I haven't been as happy with the sound effects are great, although I do like freesound.org. I did like I didn't like the music tracks. I still like Audio Jungle. Oh shit. Where did the widgets disappeared again? I guess if you leave and come back, you're whatever. We're doing on time here. Oh good, still taking forever. Ooh, I hit 60,000. Emails on my inbox. Shouldn't feel like I should win something. Like complaints from my wife. They're almost guaranteed. Don't dare brush this. Or I could do a crappy cloning job too. Oops. We'll take this. Kind of darken this stuff up. Put it on multiply. 30%. Just kind of shade that in there. I'm thinking that looks sloppy, dude. I'm right there with you. Thing lines right up with the railing. Let me out of this tangent force field. Can't take it anymore. Start 20%. Just hit that. All right. Oh, 50 smaller. And soften that edge so it looks like everything else. Not going too crazy. All right. I feel like I can bring this back just a tiny bit. The sign or the foliage. Not there. This one. Here's that one. Not needed. All right. Still orange there. Other stupid sign. Signs. Right. Hopefully moving on now. I have to get this one done. I've noticed there are slight orangish to yellow halos around the poles, which you are not going to see. However, you are going to see this little flat area here. So what we're going to do is go ahead and go in and darken that. Still in the background here. I'm going to go curves. DX option delete. Just blocking this out. I need to get upset. My plan is to get the road to match. Oops. And then fade it into that concrete back there. So if I come off the blacks a little bit, that helps. I have all this. I turn it off and on. Pretty close to the back. Just gonna kind of brush that away a little bit. %. A little tappity tap. Remember, the goal isn't to get rid of it, it's just to make it not stand out. Take it off here. That works for me. Now, the grill is on. I feel like the tip of that can be cleaned up, so go back to the car. If I mean like this edging here. Just airbrush this here. 80. Cleans up all that crap in there. Mask. DX0. There. All cleaned up. Stuff on the left is right. Alright, cool. Probably gonna have to kill this shindiggy thing right here. Airbrush. Sample this. Oh, I gotta turn this stuff off first. Turn off my adjustments. Fade it into the top. Turn it back on. Full-fledged hard edge here. My goal isn't to get rid of it completely. It's just to bring it down and make it not as prominent. Although there I am getting rid of it completely. A little bit of a harder edge. So I'll just clip a new layer to it. Command Shift N, Command Option G. What? Command Shift N and Option G. Brush. Huh. There. Maybe a little narrower. All right. Yeah, I gotta get rid of that stuff that's there too. This stuff. Oop. All right. Little highlights are okay. We could even do stuff like come in here. And find a flare that I like. Lens flare. Let's try this one. It's totally in shade. I don't think that's gonna work. That looks completely fake. We'll leave it. And I'll bring this side down here. I'll clean up this side. Whoa. This is the result of an adjustment layer? Interesting. There's your problem. Didn't even know. What happens if you get sloppy? Interesting that I'm getting this like dark. Sure. We'll keep it. The auto. Yeah, the auto selection stuff that it does. I get a quick start. All right. What else is okay? I want to look at the other image I have and see what else I need to match on this. Not this. 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 This is kind of in the same vein, same kind of like what are the highlights going to look like? What are the shadows going to look like? If I want the ground darker, plus I still have to clean up this manhole-ish thing over here. It's like a nightmare, so we'll get started. Love that there's dappled light going through this. Make it so much more fun to get rid of. Right time for that generative stuff, eh? Do you guys like the new? I mean, granted, what? It's only 1200. It only gives you like 1200 pixels to work with. Silence. What do most of you do? What kind of stuff? What kind of things you working on? What kind of content you creating? Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? Curves layer. Match this brightness of the dappled light. Works out. All right. Brush that in there. It's a little grain, maybe. Sure. All right. I want this to match. At the same time, I feel like I have to fix this slope in here. So, it gets to that point where you're like, well, do I just repaint the line in the way I want it to be? Let's see. We'll play. See how far we get. I was just start small. If we get too big, it ends up being sloppy-esque. Doesn't really work for my mojo. Here we can fix this line. And again, could I have used the patch tool for this? Yeah. Could have used it. The issue then becomes do I go down that rabbit hole trying to fix and clean up what the patch tool couldn't, or do I do this the manual way where I have full control over everything that I'm doing and try to get it to look as best as possible? For me, it's usually the non-Photoshop trick and the manual version. Other people may be different. Is it preferred that I don't talk? Just work? Adjustments. Well, thanks, David. Appreciate it. It's not a job, so I don't have to go fast. I'm just kind of taking my time with it. Doing things the way I want to do them. Not rushing. Cleaning up what I like. It was shot for a job, but I get to, once the images are out, I can kind of pick and choose which ones I want to post, which ones I want to work on, you know? So I do have that luxury. No chat window. Chat window denied. Cutting my face off. The camera needs to come down. Hopefully that'll do the trick. Of course, my head's not chopped off. I can't win this fight. Going the wrong way. Oh, I'm out of focus. Ah, muy bien. You know, I used to work on a plastic fold-out table in my own house. So the truth of the matter, I have a beautiful studio that I worked in, about 20 by 30. Beautiful. No AC. Live by the beach. It's not too bad. Can get cold. Can get hot. All that other fun stuff. Have kids. Then wife goes back to work. I have to be in the house all the time. I moved to a fold-out table. Left everything in my studio, which is now storage, basically. And finally got, this year, one of those fold-out desk thingies. Not fold-out, standing desks. I never stand, really. Good. Choose not to, though. Don't know why. It's amazing. I had no idea it would actually change the morale of everything that I do. mean, not to mention when you have little ones running around that are trying to steal all your stuff, break all your computers and things. Nice to have a little elevation to keep it away from them. Right. That plate's gone. Am I concerned that it looks like a mushy mess? Absolutely. Let's pay attention a little bit more to this asphalt here on the right. Stampy stamp here. Like this line here could go. There's two ways to usually do that. Normally, I like to keep some of the imperfections and just kind of like dodge and burn my way out of it. This is kind of where I see it going. Right. So was it foreground object? Oh, let me go back to this. Adjustment. Car is now looking a little lit compared to. Let's see what the color reference looks like. A little too bright. I mean, just that touch back may have just solved that problem. As much as I love this, I feel like it could be cut in half. I just don't feel like it's going to be as believable as, well, maybe dark the background down a little bit. Darken the background down. Concrete definitely needs to get darker. Or asphalt. Might even just steal it from here. Shadow. Nothing. The hell did I put it? I could have swore. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we'll snag this. Delete layer mask. Click on my car. Mask that. And a few things going on here. So we'll turn off one and do it one at a time. So now this makes the ground yellow. Let's make it darker because it usually, when you make things darker, it kind of pumps up the saturation. Oops. There we go. Very nice. Looking good. Problem is the people. So we'll go with the color balance here. Let's see. So take it off the background here, just a tiny bit. Oh, it's really nice though. I just take it off the people here. I mean, it's cheating. Probably too heavy. I feel like the client would be like, eh. But again, I don't do, so just as another note, I don't do color until like the very end. Just go 0. Just lighten this up. All right, so that needs to get lightened anyways. Uh, lighten up the tree. Ooh. 30. Turn off the color reference. Some detail back in there. Back in there. That's all junk anyways. Sidewalk probably wouldn't pass. We'll do that separately. Ugh. 20%. Bring out this stuff here. I'm gonna go into bringing them out a little bit. Curves. EX option delete. Brush. Start to really bring these people out. I tend to want to focus on the highlights with this type of stuff. Don't want to lighten that. So they're coming out. I feel like he needs a little bit more on him. This guy kills me. I'll make him as bright. Make these people brighter. Come back and go a little bit more. I would say that's too much. Maybe, his jacket might be what is making it too much. That's better. They're still bright. All right, now we need kind of like the darker ground though. Which way is the light coming from? The light's falling this way. Oh, this may be an opportunity, guys, to do a little gill cray cray. I just said that. I should ban myself. I'm gonna throw some light rays up in this. In this area here and see if I can get away with it. Go 0. I'm brushing it in there. I'm gonna grab the hottest spot color though. A little bit of this. Maybe just kind of pick up the edges of the bigger spots. You know, I'm kind of getting excited now. This thing's coming through here. So the light's literally coming that way. It's reflecting off the building, so it could be going to, oh, that's so tough. I'll try 2 different ways. Some of the stuff in the back here. Maybe a little lighter. 40%. A little smaller. Sorry, I'll go full screen here. Got this nice ISO monitor. ISO. A mask. Like it's too heavy here. right. I'm excited. So I'm gonna keep this dark, right? That's what I liked. Oof, go darker. Anyways, we got that there. I'm gonna duplicate that. I'm just gonna call this box of rays. Here's my original. Gray it out. Turn it off. I don't know why it won't let me. No color. Whatever. I'll know it's the original. Apply layer mask. Filter, blur, motion blur. Let's go radial blur. Let's be adventurous. I want spam. We want zoom. Let's see what that looks like. Ah, it's gonna take a few tries to get this. Hoping to get a little dimensions. So that was two. So subtle. I think I gotta go motion blur. I'm gonna go solid color. It's losing its density. I'm just gonna go make it bright white. I'll just merge those two. Turn it off. Filter, blur, motion blur. Nope. Lens blur. Oh. That's full on. Let's see if I have to transform this. Hue. It's kind of cool. Duplicate this to the bottom ones. Oh. All right. So mask, fill it black. We're just gonna kind of make this super thin. Just brush this back in. Go here. Mask, fill it black. %. Get rid of some of it. Now, does it look cool or is it stupid? It's the problem with effects, man. Does it look like a really cool effect or does it look real? Group these, mask them. What, would it not be maybe as hot by the car? Yeah, probably. There, now it's not all effect. All right. We're going to continue matching this to the other one. All right. You get this darker. How do you like the light rays? I'm just going to get it darker so it looks more real. They're good. Need to match the color of the ground. Get it darker. Color balance in here. Yeah. It's almost like this one should change. Now that I'm here. I always do color at the end. Change like, I feel like that's a better color. Change this one. So if you're like I used to be and had a crappy monitor, I would tend to work in color information. Like you can go info, you can get a color range going and match it that way. Need to be on the actual layer here. Get the information. Use your range here. The 50s, everything, which is what I want. 70s and 80s. So that's one way to color match. One time I was doing this job where they shot digital and print, and they wanted to match it, and there was just no way I could do it visually, so I had to do it numerically. One of the major challenges was I didn't notice how bad my screen was until I had an image on the. Hold on, let me get this right. Can't get that tint to go away, can I? Like a blue tint to it. That's green. There's one way to kind of solve all this. Select that mask with solid color. Color. Just dial it back to like 20. 450. Now it's not. It's got to be the color from. Hold on. Go to the top. Select this color. Okay. And just take it off the orange lines. There we go. All right. This part here. All right, there we go. Juicy, baby. All right, now the ground's good here. I feel like there'd be more contrast. So what we're going to do. I can't go light rays and everything. I feel like I got to even dial those light rays back. But what I could do is go curves and then just bump up this street ones. I like tiny bits. There. Too much? Never know till the end. I mean, looks good. Looks good to me. All right. So this thing here. What was that layer I brought in? Had all that extra stuff in it. This one. Background left, we don't need that. Close up this background adjustment. It was the one that got rid of this guy. I think I want to take the beginning of this, the front of this image. Oh, but I gotta put it over the left side. Is this gonna be worth it? I gotta skew this together to get it to work. Or I can just cut the part out that I want. Do that. My fun little select just the stuff tool. Sure. Interesting, interesting. definitely got to be like way over here. And then we'll go get rid of the. Great. Table is nice and hot. Something. I see what it is. So I have to cut this out with a soft edge because it's out of focus. Technically, I think always better to shoot stuff in focus and then rack it out of focus in Photoshop. Gives you more control that way. It's hard to cut out things that are out of focus. Touching the edges. We'll completely get rid of the sidewalk that is in this one. Make it bigger. Use the top part. Make it even bigger. Group this in case. I want to bring that back. It's just a little something to have in the foreground just to create depth. Soften the area so I don't have to be too concerned about the edges. Make it brighter or darker, what happens? It's not too bad. Take the brightness off the edges here. It looks so cut out. All right. It's a little something there. Probably even go a little bigger. Get rid of that leg. There. Now I hate it, but that's fine. Moving on. Does this wall want to be darker? Let's see how I can select this. Left side. Where does that side end? Jesus. What? No. Well, that's the background. Left side. So it's a different color. I don't get confused. Oh, there's the little. How did my A pillar end up on my right side? Anyways, let's look at the two again. I like the grill. Probably come out a little bit more. All right. What else is there? Rays are still much. I have to find them. This is life, right? All right. The rays are in there. There's another ray option. Duplicate this. Does look cool. I'm going to flip it. Have to do it from scratch. I'm only thinking because this everything here has this like there's no other like I'll throw in one more gradient. Taper the whole thing down. Better. All right. See how the two look together. I feel like I could bring this down a little bit up here. Maybe bring the whole thing up. DX option delete. Go brush. Better. I want to bring that highlight down even more. Like there. Anymore, I think it's fake. This is trying to gauge kind of the same brightnesses. But I am going to overall bump this whole thing. The car gets too hot. Well, we do this. Left to right, maybe? The way. Maybe another one. I really like We're Up to Me. What is Up to Me? It's portfolio shit, right? That's too much. Almost like the color needs to shift. Too much. Just too much always looks so good. We're just going to have to paint this in. I'll go brighter with it. Go here, go here. I'll brush in where I want the light areas to be. I want them to be lighter. What's happening over here to be lighter? Because it's important. Part of the scene, the story. They're important too. Sure, pot's important. Some of this color in here. This thing. These shoes. I want to glow around the shoes though. That's the only problem. Maybe you want this entire wall to be slightly opened up more. Maybe not. I think the stuff closer to the car. I don't think I win anywhere. I think I just have to go brighter with the whole thing. Maybe not too much brighter. And then come down with the car. Keep that left side. Bring this on, but bring it darker. Under the saturation. Bring the saturation down. It's tough. It's tough to figure out what's the best thing. It's too dark. The car, it's too dark. You're in the shade though. Give the car a little. Ooh, yeah, that kind of opens up. Nice. See, a lot of this is just kind of like fishing around a little bit. You know? Some of the building reflections kind of hitting the car a little bit. I like this. Better. On the side there. Ooh, I'm starting to feel this one. I think I'm going to try something just to try it. Like this foreground object here. I need more foreground object. Take it out of the box. Out of that box. Does it work? Can I put it behind there? I'm getting all foreground object crazy. Now there's a woolly mammoth, green woolly mammoth in there. If we open up the left side here, ooh, ooh, it's looking a little better. Ooh, I think the light rays in the front probably need to get dialed back. Where did I put them? Of course, I hid them from myself now. They're there. Mask, brush, F. 30. It's better. I think they're a little too bright. That looks good. So two like dead spots on the hood. Probably only I am going to notice. There we go. Open up this side a little bit. All right. There's one other part. A little narrower. It's under the car that needs to get lighter. Very much to get. There's not much light under there. I don't know why it'll go. See what it'll give me. Oof. Nothing. Nothing. I do feel like that's kind of what's going on there. Wow. It's dark. Well, that gave me an idea. All right. So you need to clean up that sidewalk in the front. Should be part of the original background. Two backgrounds. Background ADJs are background. Ooh, I'm wondering if you have that square back there lightened up. Where'd that go? Oh, could make this not 100% dark. This changes the game. Like the shadows just. There's still one part that's just so messed. I need to get it. Oh, but that did look kind of good. Damn it. You don't want mistake looks good. I don't bring too much attention to that. Ah, all right. Right, sidewalk. Why does the ground look lower here? I have to adjust my shadows. All right, I'm going to soften it up a little bit. 60%. I want the car to look like it's on its tiptoes. All right. Oops. Brush 20. You just like hit the shadow here. All right. I'm going to go to the background. Where did I put it? Burn this in. Shadows. Right. This I was thinking needed to become lighter. There. I don't know if I want it lighter as much as I want to. Maybe it should be lighter. Mm. 60. I like it better. All right. Sidewalk. Very rarely would I work backwards. This is the actual background. Turn the car off. All right. That's the background. It's going to go stamp down on this. What? Burnt and below. myself into a hole. Oh, background left. That's why. Let me do it. All right. So next time, there's like a whole other set of shots. I have so much fun. 10 minutes left. I like the darker edges up here. Of course, the dream is to do this without looking repetitive. Just do kind of this, some of this, opacity. 60 is out of focus, so I can get away with it a bit. Blue over there. Just with all this dirt here, it does make it a little heavy. No reason why I'm cleaning it up. I do like the rocks though. Rocks in there. Should have a video camera for my hands because I'm option clicking the absolute crap out of this. It's like kind of like playing piano. Do that next time. And cam 2024. Still that corner. The car. Back to where I was. Now I have to get rid of all of them. I'm here as well. I'm doing this at very. It's in shadow, but it's also dirty, but it should be clean. All right. I'm gonna go with the car. Just kind of. I swear I get rid of this crap. I did. Oh, time's up anyways. Car. A little tiny halo around the. All right. I think I'm prepared. Color match this car here. A little more saturation out there. Yes, Chevelle. Hello. Good morning or afternoon. This side, open up this area over here a tiny bit. That shadowish thing going on. Basically painting in reverse vignette here. Saturation, tiny bit more, and then I'm done. Ooh, it's only at 7. 12. Color reference. Oops. Ooh, it could be lighter. Yeah. I feel like that. Darker there. Overall, pump it up. Now, you go to the car and go color balance and get the blue out of the blacks. Oops. Midtones. That's more better. Something with magenta in there. There. Blue's gone. Car's black. Those rays may have to go. They've evaded me. They just gotta be so much more subtle than they are. the only way you get to the right side of the frame. Other than that, you don't care. Maybe if we lift the blacks on the background in total. I would do here. Go levels. Oh. Whoa. I wonder if I go to the blues here. Nope. The reds. Three, two. I can't. This is just totally messed up. I don't need the car. Yeah, I know. Let's go for it. That's good. Pardon me while I change a thousand things that don't matter. Sometimes it's worth overdoing, good old fashioned Mythbusters quote. There. Done. Done. We have it. Finished. Flesh and blood. And with that said, I have no idea what happened with the streaming stuff. I literally just started back up again, and it's been years. Not years. It's been a little less than a year. It's on here. I know they changed the streaming tabs on Behance. Sorry about that. You can check it out on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Behance. I'll be back tomorrow with some video editing for a car commercial. And that should be that. Thanks for joining me. I look forward to seeing you guys again. Remember to follow me on Instagram, Chauncey Rice. Check out my website, chaunceyrice.com. And yeah.